Hi everyone, guys. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
All right, guys. Let's start our discussion for today. Guys, we are moving into level two now, and level two is uh, in level two we'll be discussing about the operations or the processes of the investment bank. Okay, and now why is it so important? Is because you guys would be uh, you guys would be ending up in these kind of roles. Okay, so these are what we are going to discuss in level two is most probably going to be the kind of jobs you would be associated with. Okay, so it will give you a flavor of what you would be doing after you get placed from after doing your CIBOP program. Okay, so very important, guys. Okay, see, talking more about from your job perspective, uh, all of you would become a part of the middle office or back office of an investment bank. Okay, so you would not be doing anything related to advising clients on buying or selling of securities, or you would not be doing anything related to advising clients on M&A transactions or advising private companies on IP or underwriting services or advising on mutual funds. That all is done by the front office of the investment bank. Okay. Uh, in India, we have job opportunities related to middle office or back office of an investment bank. Okay, so what kind of jobs are there in middle office or back office? There are a lot of different roles which you can do in these offices, but the most of the job opportunities we get related to AML, KYC, fund accounting, transaction processing such as settlements, reconciliation, these kind of roles we get in India.
Sir,
Okay, yeah.
so treasury is not in the investment banking domain.
Treasury, not so much, but yeah, you may get a role of treasury, but rarely, I would say. Okay, not much. All right. So level two is going to level two of our CIBOP program is going to focus on these areas. So you would get to know what your role would be. Okay, what kind of work you would be doing. You will get a flavor of that in level two. Okay. Um, all right. So guys, let's start now to understand what do I mean by front office, back office, middle office, what are the different jobs they do. Let's try to understand the structure of investment bank. Okay. So now we are going to talk about organizational structure of an investment bank. Let's understand the investment bank now. Okay. Guys, can you give me names of any big investment banks? Anybody knows?
Goldman Sachs,
Goldman Sachs, okay.
Credit
JP
Suisse,
Morgan.
JP Morgan, very good.
Bank.
Credit
Sorry?
Suisse,
Credit Suisse, yes. Yes,
Citibank,
guys. Citibank, UBS, Deutsche. So we have 10, 11 big investment banks operating in India also. They have India branches. So I hope all of you get placed in those big investment banks. Okay. Now let's try to understand
Sir,
what
voice
is.
is not previous voice is good.
Please check now. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, it's better.
Okay. All right. So, guys, we are discussing about the how the investment bank is structured. Okay. Now, what do you see? Investment banks has three main departments or offices. We call them front office, middle office, and back office. Okay. Now, it is not known as back office. It is generally known as core operations. Okay. So, guys, I may refer to this as FO later on, this as MO, or this as BO or C. Okay. Now, do you have any idea about why do we have three divisions or what these three divisions do? Anybody, any idea, guys? No idea? Uh, am I audible, guys, everyone?
Sir, your previous voice was better.
Okay, guys, please, everyone let me know, am I audible or not?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Audible, okay. Okay, so within an investment bank, we have three offices. Now, let's take one by one these so that you are clear on this. So let's talk about front office first. Uh, Guys, I want you to participate, okay? So I don't know how should I make you participate, but you can chip in whenever you feel you can add something or you have something to share or you have any query or doubt, okay? So please be interactive. It makes it interesting for me also. Okay, guys, from the name you can figure out it is the front office. That means uh, what you will have is you will have your client or customer, then you will have your FO, then you have your MO, and then you have BO. Okay. So first of all, FO acts as the interface between the client and middle office and back office. Okay. So they stand in between the client and middle office and back office. Okay. Now, what does FO do? FO, front office, is also known as sales or revenue generation side of the investment bank. Okay. They are the sales or revenue generating side of the investment bank. So what do? They deal with the client directly. Okay. So if you become a part of the front office, we don't have direct roles available in front office, but let's imagine anybody becomes a part of the front office. So that person would be dealing with the client directly. Okay, so they are like the face of the investment bank. They represent the investment bank in the market. That's why we call them front office. Okay, what is their responsibility? What do they do? they they try to get the meaningful business for the investment bank. Okay, so whatever investment bank, whatever activities investment bank wants to engage in, they will try to get customers or clients for generating revenue, generating sales for the investment bank. Okay, so their job is to get business for the investment bank. Okay, so they will try to onboard uh, new clients. Yeah, they will try to onboard or acquire. We also call it acquire. They try to onboard or acquire new clients, and they also try to extract or get more business from existing clients. Okay, so these are the two key things they would be focused on. I hope you are getting a hint of what I'm trying to say. Right, guys? So, what does an investment bank do? Can anybody tell me? What have we learned so far? Guys, what is the role of investment bank?
Raising capital,
Raising capital, right? What
merger
else?
and acquisition, research activities,
Great, great.
trading services,
Trading services, absolutely
Asset
right.
management services.
Asset
asset
management, absolutely. So, what do you think front office would be doing?
Trading services, asset management.
Asset management.
Everything. Okay, whatever investment bank does, they will try to get the clients for those kind of activities. Okay, so front office person, front office employee would try to crack deals with clients to advise them on M&A deal. They will connect with companies to help them raise funds through IPO, bond issuances, money market instruments. They try to get clients for trading activities, and they initiate trades on behalf of the investment bank. They try to get clients for providing asset management services. They also try to structure some products if needed for the client. Okay, I mean, they can manufacture or structure, financially engineer a product as per the needs of the client. Has anybody seen Big Short, guys?
Yes, sir.
You have seen? So in that case, a new product, credit default swap, was structured by the investment bank, if you remember. Okay, so the front office team would further be divided based on the products and services they are offering. Okay, what do I mean by that is, there'll be a equity division in the front office. Okay, there'll be a fixed income division. Okay, there'll be money market division. There'll be a forex division. There'll be commodities division. There'll be merchant banking division. There'll be research division. There'll be asset management services division. Okay, and any other division, whatever investment bank, if it does any other activity, there will be other division also. So guys, what do we mean by this is that whatever activities investment bank is engaged in, they will have the front office divided into those divisions. Okay, now these divisions can further be divided based on geography. Let's suppose it is a global big bulge investment bank, then it might happen within the equity division they have EMEA division, they have APAC division, they have US division. Okay, based on different geographies, right? Now, so within this there
Sir,
can be, yeah.
sir, in the three divisions, like front office, middle office, and back office, the risk is greater than the front, higher in front office as compared to middle and back.
Reswell, let me talk about the offices. Okay, then you can start comparing. But let's first understand the offices. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, we were talking about in front office based on the kind of work they are doing. There could be further divisions, and if it is a big investment bank, then those divisions could further be divided based on the region. Okay, now these divisions could further be divided into sales desk and trading desk. Okay, so what do I mean by this is, uh, guys, in front office you have sales desk and trading desk. I think some of you might have heard about it, guys. What do you think? Heard this term? Guys, any idea about sales desk and trading desk? Say yes or no at least. I mean, if you don't know, say no.
No.
No idea. Okay. Um, all right, no problem. So, what happens in uh, these divisions would be divided into sales desk and trading desk. Okay. What does sales desk do? Sales desk would be responsible to get new clients. Okay. So, sales desk would do this. Okay. Whereas trading desk would focus on doing this. Okay. So let's say there is a equity division, and what the sales desk person would be doing? He would try to onboard new clients who want to place equity trades with the investment bank. Okay. Sales desk of equity division would try to onboard, acquire new clients, to use the in this investment bank services for doing its equity trades. It will try to acquire new clients, whereas trading desk would try to call up the existing clients and try to get more and more business from them. Okay, so that they place more and more orders with the investment bank. So they would reach out to the clients, existing clients, that okay, we have a very good opportunity. You can buy these shares. We expect them to go up, or there is a rumor in the market that they will, their business is doing well. So it would be good to load up on the shares of this company. Okay, or you should sell these shares now, whatever. Okay, so trading desk, guys, have you seen any movie related to Wall Street, we usually see the trading desk. Okay, where there are so many people sitting and calling up the clients to extract more and more business from the clients. Are we clear with what is the job of sales desk and what is the job of trading desk within the front office?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, talking more about sales desk, they will onboard new clients. Okay. What do you think would happen when a new client is acquired by sales
Sir, your
desk?
voice is muted.
Guys, are you able to hear me?
Yes,
Reswal,
sir.
I know you are facing the problem, but what about others?
You're audible, sir.
Audible? Okay, Reswal, you need to check at your end, okay? I mean, here at my end, the volume is at max and I am speaking close to my mic only. And my internet connection is also fine. So, I mean, I can do whatever.
Sir, your voice is at the time low or high sometimes.
Okay, guys, is my voice manageable? I mean, are you able to hear me at a decent level?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Reswal, please see what you can do at your end because I am doing whatever I can from my end. Okay. I mean, mm, it's working fine from the looks of it at my end. Okay. Let me know if it goes very low for you. I mean, if you are not able to hear me, let me know. I'll be happy to repeat it. No problem. Okay. But quickly let me know. Don't wait for half hour and then tell me repeat everything. Okay. Reswal, are we fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So let's say sales desk uh, acquired by sales desk, new client is acquired. Okay. Acquired a new client. Now, guys, any idea what it will do? Guys, this is very logical, common sense. I mean, we also see this in real life. Let's say sales desk of the investment bank acquired a new client. What would happen?
They will invest in some products.
Hmm. First of all, AML, anti-money laundering checks would be done for the invest new client. Do you know what is anti-money laundering? Yes, you had a session yesterday, right? You must be knowing it, right? So AML checks would be done for the new client. What else would we do?
KYC.
Yes, KYC checks or KYC details would be taken of the new client. Then what? Account opening would happen if all the checks are cleared. Then a new account would be opened for the client, for the new client, and all the client details would be captured in captured in a system known as RDM or MTM system of the investment bank. Okay, so guys, this is our topic for today as well. Okay, so we know about this thing. Account opening is very straightforward, nothing. RDM team does it. So we'll be talking about this, but I'm just trying to give you an overview before that of how an investment bank is structured. Okay, what do three offices do? Where would your role would be? Okay, so guys, whenever the sales desk of the front office would acquire a new client, all these things would be done for the new client. Okay, and who would be doing all these things? Any idea?
Middle office.
Sorry,
Middle office or lower office.
back office. Okay, it would be done by the back office or core operations team of the investment bank.
So can we write all those incomplete?
Absolutely, absolutely. Please write it. I'll just scroll from the start. You can write. If you have any questions so far, guys, let me know.
Sir, what does RDM slash MDM denote?
It is reference data management or metadata management. Okay, we'll come to that topic. Just give me some time. Guys, is it noted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So that's how the front office looks like. That's what front office would do. Okay. Now let's come to middle office. Okay. Coming back to our this little diagram. So what is middle office? Middle office acts as the interface between front office and back office. Okay, that's easy to understand, right? So what middle office do? It provides support functions to the front office. Okay, such as whatever deals are being negotiated by the front office team, uh, those deals are properly executed, and there is a smooth flow of information. So these kind of things will be taken care by middle office. So they are trying to support the front office team. Okay, their main job is to do risk management. Okay, their main responsibility is to do risk
You are
management.
not audible.
Okay, please check now, guys. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, hi, everyone, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Razal, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I hear, but voice is still low.
Okay. So the main responsibility of middle office is to do risk management. Now, what do we mean by risk management is uh, these people, middle office team would be responsible to do various checks, right? To make sure that front office guys are not engaging in any activities which may pose a huge risk for the investment bank. Okay. And they would also make sure that um, all the business which is being done and whatever the front office guys are doing, all these things are in compliance as per the rules and regulations set by the regulator, or whatever rules and regulations are set by the investment bank for themselves. We are following all those rules and regulations. Okay, so they will do risk management and compliance kind of work. All right. They would also be doing various other activities such as calculating commissions, taxes, profit and loss of clients, traders, preparing books or statements for the investment bank. Internal auditing would be done here. Legal work would also be, legal team would also sit in the middle office. Okay. So guys, risk management, compliance, calculating profit loss, maintaining books, auditing, legal work, all this will be part of middle office. Are we clear with this, guys? Please note it down. If you have any question, let me know.
As well, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Guys, what is risk management? Can anybody tell me? It is making sure the front office people are doing all the activities in compliance with the rules and regulation of the system. Yes, and they are not engaging in activities which may pose a big risk for the investment bank. Okay. Guys, this is very important. Okay. I mean, if you have done the CIBOP program and you don't know how the investment bank looks like, what is the role of front office, middle office, back office, that's pretty basic. Okay. So, although it is basic things, but very, very important. I mean, these are the kind of stuff which will differentiate us from just a graduate who has never read all this, right? Who doesn't know anything about investment banking. So this could be a differentiating factor, how you answer these kind of questions. What does an investment bank do, right? What is the role of different offices in an investment bank? So that's where you can jump ahead of other candidates.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, I think back office, middle office work should be I think it should be more complex than the both offices. I think it should be.
Rajwal, what is your understanding of back office?
Back office means we have to verify the client KYC verification, client all that thing.
Anything else you know?
Not so much.
Okay, so let's not jump to conclusions as well, okay? You're just trying to learn. We can't say this is difficult, that is difficult, okay? All right, guys, now, sorry, what happened here? Okay, I think sticky keys went on. Okay, coming to back office or core operations. They take care of all the support activities. I mean, there is a lot of work which needs to be done uh, in terms of mm, running the company, right? So they would engage in those kind of activities which are trying to support all the other teams. Okay, for example, in transaction processing, they will play a role. Yeah, they will do settlements and reconciliations. Okay, we have a topic related to this, so there we'll talk more about it. They will also play a role in client onboarding, like I discussed briefly, or you got to know about it yesterday. AML, KYC, account opening would be done by them. Yeah, they would also play a role in HR activities, right? So maintaining the payrolls, storing all the employee details. They would also be involved in uh, IT support functions, such as maintaining the RDM system or metadata management system, uh, doing the management information, making sure MIS is working perfectly. So they would be engaged in these support kind of activities for the investment bank. Okay, many of these activities are offshore to places like Mumbai, Bangalore. So we have a lot of opportunities uh, which are related to settlements, reconciliation, AML, KYC, or trade life cycle related. So we'll talk more about it going forward. Okay, now it is just a overview. Okay. Now, guys, you see, most of these works were being done manually. Okay. Whether I talk about front office roles or middle office roles or back office roles, most of this work was being done manually earlier. But now, so many new technologies have come up, such as data science, artificial intelligence, algorithmic trading, straight through processing, robotic advisory, etc. Right? So, which are having a major impact on the job scenario. Okay, so a lot of jobs which were being done manually, now these technologies are doing those works. Okay, so a lot of work is getting automated. So when you have less manual intervention required, obviously you require less people also. Okay, so whether you talk about sales and trading desk, or you talk about risk management activities, compliance, settlements, reconciliation, etc., these lot of these things, a lot of stuff here is being done automatically by machines now. Okay, why I'm saying you this is, guys, it's a competitive market, and you have to continuously learn and upskill yourself to remain competent and relevant in the market, right? We should not get replaced by a machine. So right now it is just the start of our journey, but guys, I'll suggest you, during your entire career, keep on learning new and new stuff, so that you are a great asset for the company, because machines will keep on coming in. They will try to automate a lot of things and remove the manual intervention, but if we have the knowledge with us, we'll not be in any trouble. Okay, so just go through what front office, middle office, back office does, and let me know your thoughts about it now.
Sir, what are the qualifications required for these different offices?
They usually ask for BCom graduates or little work experience. I mean, they usually don't find people with relevant work experience, so they don't prefer other kind of work experience, or they look for MBA freshers. What you need to have, I'll say, I mean, uh, is basic knowledge of finance and common sense. Right. And you are doing the CIBOP program, which is enhancing your skills in these areas. So that's an added advantage. But apart from that, qualification wise, they will be happy with the BCom, MCom, MBA kind of candidates. All right. So tell me, guys, which office do you like more and why? Which seems interesting, guys?
Middle office.
Middle office. Okay. What about others?
Middle and back.
The middle of it.
Middle or back office? All right.
Front.
I usually get the answer front office, always. This is the first time I'm getting middle office, back office answer. That's good to know. Yeah, guys, you will most probably end up in middle office or back office of an investment bank. And let's aim for that. I mean, let's aim for getting a good investment bank as our company where we are working, right? And obviously the role will be core finance, and uh, your growth would be very good. So let's aim to get into a investment bank. All right, so that's a brief about how an investment bank looks like. Now let's take an example. Let's say we have a Goldman Sachs, okay? It's the investment bank, yeah? So we are looking at the front office. We are looking at the sales desk of the front office of equity division. Okay, they have acquired a new client. They have acquired a new client named Tata Investment. Heard of this company, guys? Tata Investment?
Sir,
Yeah.
so Tata Capital or investment are the same companies.
Tata Capital. I think Tata Capital is more of a IB kind of. Tata Capital would be providing the merchant banking services, right? Whereas
Yes.
Tata Investment is focused on Tata Investment would be focused on making investments for their group. Okay, so different ones. All right, so let's say they have acquired a new client, Tata Investment. Sorry. Now, Tata Investment buys and sells shares. Okay, so they have partnered with Goldman Sachs to help them out in their equity trading. All right. So whenever a new client is acquired, guys, that new client first needs to be onboarded. Okay, I'm using some terms so that it is easier, life becomes easier for you later on. Okay, the client needs to be onboarded into the system of the investment bank. Now we call it client onboarding, or we call it pre-trade activities. Before you do any business with Tata Investment, before you help them out in any equity trading, or you provide any services, what you need to do? You need to onboard the client into your systems. Only then you can engage in business activities. Okay, what does this client onboarding means? We have talked about it, so can you tell me, guys, what does this mean? Guys, we talked about it.
AML KYC account opening.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, perfect. Don't be scared, guys. Please try to answer. So what you do, first of all, you will do various back office would do AML checks, so that whatever is the source of income for the client for Tata Investment, that is a genuine source of income. Okay, so they will do various kind of AML checks. They will take KYC details for the Tata Investment. What is the type of customer? What are the different accounts it has? What is their revenue? What are their profits? What is their PAN number? What is their GST number? All these details will be taken to know about the customer, and they will check these details also whether these are genuine or not. Okay, so back office would do all these kind of checks. Then what would happen? Then RDM team will come into picture and they will do account opening for the client. Okay, they will store all the details. They will store all the client details into a RDM system. Guys, RDM is, I think I told you, right? We'll talk more about it, okay? Same thing, RDM or MDM, whatever you want to call, you can call it. All the details of the client's account number, etc., would be stored in this RDM system. This is what we call as pre-trade activities. Okay. And guys, whenever sales team is acquiring a new client, they will also look at what is the relationship they want to have. What are the different kind of services they will be providing, whether they are providing just the custodian services or trade life cycle services or brokerage services, advisory services, in which products they will be dealing with, whether it is just a relationship for equity, or would they be also dealing with fixed income, forex instruments. Okay, so all these details would be pre-decided. All these details would be stored in a system, RDM or MDM system. AML KYC checks would be done. After all this is done, then you can engage in business activities with the client. Are we clear with this, guys? This is quite important, so I'm going very, very slow. And this is new to you also, that's why I'm going slow. But please make sure you are very clear. This is important, I'm repeating again and again. If somebody asks you pre-trade activities, you should be able to properly explain it. Is it clear to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, great. So what is money laundering, guys? Who will tell me? Okay, not studying at home, right?
Process through which the illegal money can be entered into the financial market or can be used legally.
Absolutely, very good. Guys, please everyone study on a regular basis. Everything would be over in a month and a half, okay? And I don't want you to be where you are currently. Okay, so please study, guys.
Sir,
Yeah,
sir, one question regarding SEBI, sir. Can I ask?
regarding?
SEBI. I heard in the news today.
Yeah, tell me, Rezwan.
Sir, they introduced the T+1 settlement cycle on optional basis. So the investor and the trader can do on that, or T+2 will be there.
Okay, see, that notice has come out yesterday only, and they are planning to have it from 1st Jan 2022. So as of now, it will take some time, right? And the exchange, okay, whether it is the NSC or BSC, would have the option. Exchange would have the option to choose which securities they want to settle on T+1 basis. So other securities would automatically remain on T+2 basis, but they need to give a 1 month notice beforehand that, okay, we are moving Asian Paints to T+1 after 1 month. Okay, and whatever change they make, that needs to be applicable for next 6 months. Okay, so it's more like Chinese exchanges. In China, this happens. So that's a good step. I mean, it will help everybody in terms of getting the money or securities earlier. But let's see how it is implemented. I mean, a lot of infrastructure challenges can come into picture. They are working on it, and that's good to know. And they have some time more also. before it is implemented. Okay, and not all the shares would settle on T+1. Exchanges would be able to decide which securities they want to settle on T+1. Okay, as well. So
Okay, sir. Got it.
let's see how it is implemented. Okay. All right, good to know that Reswal is reading some news. Guys, I hope everybody does that. All right. Now let's talk about RDM or reference data. Okay, so we are starting a new topic, RDM. Heard of this? What do you think from your understanding so far? What is RDM?
Databases.
Very good. Very good. Okay. It is just like a database. So guys, please refer to this definition. Okay, so let's try to understand this through an example. Okay. Uh, has anybody went to any bank to open an account? Guys, have you ever gone to a bank?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Who is it? Praveen?
Sir Ashutosh.
Ashutosh. Okay, great. All right, so let's say Ashutosh goes to HDFC Bank to open an account. Okay. I'm taking an example of a retail bank, guys. We'll talk more about it from investment banking perspective, but just to make you clear about the concept, I'm talking about a example which you can relate to. Okay. So let's say Ashutosh goes to HDFC Bank to open an account. So who will Ashutosh meet? Ashutosh would meet a front office person of the HDFC Bank. Okay, you know people sitting on the counter trying to deal with the clients, right?
Yes.
So we call it front office. Why we call it front office?
Because they are dealing with the client.
Because they are dealing with the client. They are the face of HDFC Bank. They are representing the HDFC Bank. Okay, so I am not talking with HDFC Bank. I am talking to the front office people of the HDFC Bank. They are representing the HDFC Bank. That's why we call them front office. They are dealing with the client directly. Okay, so Ashutosh would go to the front office person and say that I want to open an account with HDFC Bank, right? What would front office person do? Guys,
They would ask
AML
if you have
KYC.
an,
front office would do AML KYC?
no, sir. They would
Sure.
ask if you have already account here or not. If not, they would
Yeah.
provide with the form. You have to fill the details.
Absolutely. Okay. So let's say you are a new customer, you don't have any account with HDFC Bank. They will give you a form to fill your details, right? They will give you a form to fill these details. What are these details?
Address.
KYC details. Know your customer details. Okay. What they will ask you? What is your name? What is your income? What is your address? What is your email ID? What is your PAN number? What is your Aadhaar card number? XYZ, okay? Now, will they check these details?
No, sir.
Sir.
So this form would be taken from you and given to the back office. Okay. So the back office of the HDFC Bank, employees of the back office of HDFC Bank would do check of those details. Okay. So they will do various kind of AML checks to make sure there is no fraud. See, in case of retail, there is hardly anything to check. I mean, pretty safe. But if you talk about company opening an account, or let's say a NGO opening an account, or some HNI opening an account, or a government employee opening an account, then there are a lot of checks which they can do. For a salaried person like you and like me, what is the check, right? I'm getting a salary from the company, and but anyways, they will just look at there is nothing, no fraud, there is no money laundering going on. Okay. They will also make sure that whatever KYC details I have given are correct. Okay. There is no manipulation of income, manipulation of any data. Okay. Once this is done, what will back office person do?
Enter these credentials to the database.
Yeah, they will open an account for me. For Ashutosh, sorry. Yeah. So the bank will, back office people will open an account for Ashutosh and electronically generate the account ID. They will also provide a debit card. They will also provide a PIN number for it. They will provide the login credit for
Checkbook, passbook.
using. Sorry?
Checkbook, passbook. Internet banking if applied.
Passbook, internet banking, login credentials, right? Everything. So if you think about details related to just Ashutosh, I mean, if you look at data related to Ashutosh is just one client. Okay. What is all the data which the bank needs to maintain for Ashutosh? What is his account ID? What is his debit card number? What is his PIN number? Yeah, ATM PIN, right? What are his login ID and password for net banking? Yeah. What is his credit card number if they have given a credit card? What else, guys? What is the PAN number of Ashutosh, right? What is the address of Ashutosh? What is the email ID of Ashutosh? Anything else, guys? Yeah. Where would all this data be stored?
Sir, CBC.
It would be stored in the RDM or MDM system of the financial institute. Okay. And guys, this is just data related to one customer. We all know how big is HDFC Bank, how many customers they will be handling, right? So can you, not only this guys, transactions, right? What transactions Ashutosh is doing? That's how they update the passbook, right? Because they have the record of all the credits and debits. So there is a lot of data related to every customer, and they are maintaining the data for multiple customers, right? So this RDM system is like a repository. RDM is a repository of information maintained by all financial institutions. Okay, guys, you can use this definition, you can use this definition, whichever seems more easy for you to remember, you can remember it. But if you understand it, it will automatically come to you.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, NBFCs also maintain this RDM and
Sorry, which bank you said?
NBFCs.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
All the financial institutes, insurance company would also have the RDM system. Okay, so guys, whether it is an insurance company, any fund house, any commercial bank, investment bank, they all will maintain this RDM system in which the data is collected and stored for years. And it's very important to keep this data secure from cyber crime or cyber theft, because if any data gets leaked out, then it can cause a reputational loss, and the bank may face some regulatory issues also. So it would be a very costly affair for the bank, right? Guys, is it making sense so far to everyone?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, note it down. If you have any question, let me know. Okay, so See guys, this RDM system is an integral part of the investment bank or any other bank, right? So very important to maintain the data properly, keep it safe, update the data regularly, right? So not everybody would be given access to this RDM system. Okay, very selected access is given to anyone to this RDM system because it has all the data, right? So we cannot afford to make it easily available for anyone, right? So it can lead to a lot of fraud activities if somebody can misuse the data also, right? So very selected access is given to this RDM system only on a need to know basis. Whoever really needs it to perform its operations would be given the access. Otherwise, nobody else will be given the access. But if you join the RDM team, okay, RDM is also one of the roles which is available in India, right? So if you join the RDM team, then you would be given access to the RDM system. And you have to be very careful because with the click of a button, you may delete some important data. Okay, you may delete some client details or you may change some password or something, and you would get you would get into a lot of trouble. Okay, so there is no scope of making any operational errors when you are dealing with the RDM system. All right.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, is RDM or CBS are the same?
RDM or
CBS,
CDS.
CBS of the bank,
What is the full form of CBS?
central banking system. In there are also maintain some details of the clients.
Yeah, I mean, they can give any name. Okay. I mean, uh, they usually have this system. They will have one more system where they are having uh, the employee details, let's say, right? So uh, a lot of data is there which needs to be maintained. Now they can put it in one system. They may have some other system also. They may call it RDM. They may call it something else, but the point is it is a repository of important data. Okay, so don't get worried about the name. Yeah. All right. Can anybody tell me, guys, what are the uses? What do you think could be the uses of RDM system? Why do we need it? Any use of this?
To keep a track of an account.
Sorry.
To keep track of accounts.
To keep track of accounts.
We can access the information.
Storing data.
Yeah. First of all, obvious use is to maintain historical and current data related to clients, related to various instruments, related to markets, related to regulators, right? So obviously it maintains and it stores the historical and current data. Okay, so you need a place where you can keep all this data. So that place is provided by the RDM system. What else, guys? Reporting purpose. What is reporting? You need to do client reporting. Okay, you need to do management reporting. What do we mean by this? You go to the bank and ask to update the passbook, right? So that is client reporting. updating records related to number of accounts you have, what are the balances you have, what transactions happened, what are the privileges you have, what are the shares you have, right? So management also needs to look at how many clients they are dealing with, what is the business every client is giving us, right? Which kind of transactions which client is undergoing. So all these reporting which you need to do, that can be done using the data stored in the RDM system. Are we clear with the second point?
Can you explain again?
Sorry?
Can you explain again the second point?
Yeah, I mean, anybody who needs the data can get the data from RDM system. Okay. Now that does not mean I have the access, but let's say I have an account with HDFC Bank, I can get the data, and from where this data is coming, RDM system. Okay. So let's say I need to get the data regarding what is my account balance, right? What were the credits and debits in last 6 months? Okay. Which shares I bought or sold? Okay. Or the management needs some data like how many customers they have, what is the total amount deposited by all the customers, right? What is the withdrawal percentage in a particular month? Okay. Which are the kind of securities which are being bought and sold by clients, right? So how do you do reporting to management or to the clients? Through data stored in the RDM system. Make sense, Raizwal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other benefit, guys?
Data security.
Data security is something we want, right? As such, as it is not a use.
Sir, transparency in the system.
Transparency. How are you saying this?
So because the every client data is stored in the system, so that's why transparency is there. So that everyone can access the any client is going to the bank.
Yeah, I mean, right. We can say that transparency and security purpose. Anything else?
Easy to find information.
Yeah, easy to find information. So many uses, right? But guys, one major use is automation. Okay, we call it straight STP, straight through processing. Again, new terminology. Please try to remember this: straight through processing. What it means is trying to reduce, trying to minimize, or completely remove the manual intervention. Okay. Uh, okay. Let me explain it through an example again. Guys, let's say Yogita wants to transfer 1 lakh rupees to Paridhi. Okay. Let's say Yogita wants to transfer 1 lakh rupees to Paridhi. So can anybody tell me how it can be done?
So check.
On online fund transfer. Check.
Electronically, how can it be done? No cash, no check. Electronically, how can it be done?
Online fund transfer.
Online transaction, right? How? I mean, do you know how it is done?
Through UPI is be done.
IMPS.
Yeah. But first, you need to set up a beneficiary. Okay. Guys, please get involved in these things. Otherwise, everything will seem theoretical. But once you do it, it seems practical. Okay. So whenever you need to transfer, let's say a decent amount, let's say 1 lakh rupees you want to transfer from one bank account to Paridhi's bank account. Okay, so how can it be done? Sorry. First, Yogita needs to set up a beneficiary. Okay, so she will give all the details of the beneficiary. Who is the beneficiary?
Paridhi.
Give what is the name of the beneficiary, what is the account number of the beneficiary, what is the IFSC code, what is the bank name in which Paridhi is having the account. So all these details of the beneficiary would be set up by Yogita in her HDFC bank account. Okay, and what will back office of HDFC bank will do? What will back office of HDFC bank will do? It will save these details in RDM system. Okay, once this is stored, then Yogita can easily transfer the money to Paridhi. From next time, she doesn't even need to give the name, account number, IFSC code, bank name. No details need to be given. Once the beneficiary is set up in the system, then you can easily transfer the money to that beneficiary with the click of a button. This is what we mean by automation. Right now, there is no manual intervention that she has to put in the IFSC code again and again. The chances of error also, and also tracks the transaction. Got it, guys? So that's how RDM system can help in automation also. Now, this was more from a retail bank perspective, but let's say an IB, investment bank would also set up the client details in its RDM system, such as client's bank account number, custodian account number, and that would help in STP also without manual intervention. Is it clear, guys, how it helps in STP?
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, we also set the transaction limit if the beneficiary, we add the beneficiary details of the, in the
Yeah,
SIBOP.
it is 2 lakhs for particular day, right? That is just to avoid frauds. I mean, so that nobody can log into your system and suddenly transfer 20 lakhs from your account. So banks usually set a daily limit that you cannot transfer more than this amount in a particular day. That is just to safeguard you. That is also the case with your debit card, that you cannot take out a lot of money. There is a limit to these. Anything else you can think of, guys? Analytics. Any idea about this?
So data analytics.
Yeah. Okay, so what happens here is you can look at the kind of transactions being done by a customer. For example, guys, have you ever withdrawn money using your debit card from an ATM?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I'll give you my example. For example, I withdraw a lot of times 9,500 rupees. Okay. I usually withdraw 9,500 rupees from my ATM. So when I do that, I automatically get an notification whenever I swipe in my debit card that do you want to withdraw 9,500? Your favorite transactions or your recent transactions, right? So what it is doing, it is trying to analyze the transactions we have done in the past, and based on that, it is trying to make recommendations to enhance the customer experience. Yeah. Similarly, an investment bank can see, okay, this client of ours is taking which kind of positions, right? Does it like to take call option positions, or does it like to take long positions? Based on that, they can make suggestions to the client and generate more business from the client. Yes or no? This is what we call as data analytics. When you try to analyze the data you have, and based on that, you try to do more business, or you try to enhance the customer experience. Are we clear?
Yes.
Okay, please note it down. If you have any doubt, let me know. Guys, noted? Okay, let's talk more about this RDM system. Okay, from an investment banking perspective. Okay, so you have got a good idea about now what is a RDM system. So let's talk about it solely from the investment banking perspective, investment bank perspective now. So in the investment bank also, in the back office of the investment bank, there'll be a RDM team which will maintain all the relevant data for the investment bank. Okay, such as data related to securities, currencies, transactions, clients, markets, regulators, etc. Okay, we'll talk more about it. See what happens, guys, is the investment banks can get a lot, need a lot of information, financial information, right? From so you have various external data providers. Maybe you have heard of these guys: Bloomberg, FactSet, Thomson Reuters. Have you heard of these guys? Capital IQ. Guys, yes or no?
Yes, sir. Bloomberg I only know.
Sorry,
Only Bloomberg I know. Uh,
only Bloomberg.
yes,
Okay, so that's fine, no worries. You have a lot of external data providers, right? So they are providing you the data. Okay, so what do they have? They collect all the data from the exchanges and consolidate that data. So for example, like I am sitting here in Delhi, I want the data across the globe. Okay, I want the data, financial data related to what is happening in Japan, what is happening in Europe, what is happening in Africa, what is happening in US. I want to know what is happening in Australia, New Zealand. I want to know all the financial data. Okay, so who can provide me? Now I'll not go to some institution in US, some institution in, I'll not be able to deal with so many parties, right? So what I'll do, I'll simply reach out to Bloomberg to provide me all the data in a consolidated manner. Okay, so these are known as external consolidated data providers. All right, so what do? They collect all the data from various sources and they can provide you. So what investment bank will do? What investment bank will do? Investment bank will subscribe. IB would subscribe to these data services provided by these data providers. Okay. So IB would pay a hefty fees to them to get the consolidated data. Okay, so guys, you have external data providers who are getting all the data from various sources. And what is IB doing? IB is taking this data from external data providers. Are we clear with this so far? Okay, so they will have all the data, whatever you want. For example, what is the bid price, what is the offer price, what is the last trade, what is the open price, close price, high price, low price, what is the volume, what is the end of day price, what is the intraday price, what is the option premium, what is the exchange rate. They will have all the details. Got it? And what will IB do? IB will take these details from them, and in return they will pay a fees to these external data providers. Okay, are we clear so far?
yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, will the IB take the data as it is, or do you think anything needs to be done? Where will this data go, guys?
RDM system.
Investment bank store all this data. Very simple, guys. What are we discussing? RDM, right? So obvious answer is all the data will get stored into RDM, but will it be stored as it is?
Most of them modify the data.
No. So RDM team analyst, the person sitting in the RDM team would scrub this data before storing it in RDM system. Okay. RDM team analyst would scrub this data before storing it in RDM system. Can anybody tell me what is this data scrubbing? Have you heard of this? We call it data scrubbing. Whatever data they are giving you, you would scrub it. What do we mean by that?
Maybe
Data
remove
useful to
unnecessary data.
Yeah, absolutely. Good attempt. Okay. Let's say there are any missing values. So you will try to fill those missing values. You would try to remove the unnecessary data. Whatever data is not relevant for you, you will remove it. You will do formatting of data. Maybe the data is relevant, but that is not in a format you want it, right? So you will change the formatting of the data. So guys, all these things come under data scrubbing. Some of it would be done automatically and some needs to be done manually. Who would do it? The person sitting in the RDM team would do it, and then the clean data would get stored or uploaded into the RDM system. Okay. See guys, there'll be a lot of applications which are using this RDM system. Okay. So the front office will be using this RDM system. The back office, the middle office will be using this RDM system. Now, when they are trying to get data from the RDM system, they will try to get it in a particular format. Yeah, they will have their linking done in a particular format. So the data needs to be stored in a particular format in the RDM system so that anybody can easily extract it in the way they want. Okay, it should not be very what do you say, random or messy. I mean, it's not like a bori where you put in everything, right? It's like a structured almirah or a cabinet where you are putting the things very properly. So who would do it? RDM team would do it. I hope I am clear in this, right?
Just how the data science works.
Data science is analyzing the data. That is analytics. I mean, yes, in that also you need to have the data very structured. Yeah, you need to have the clean data, you need to have the formatted data, you need to fill the missing values, all that is required, and then you analyze the data. That is data analysis, analytics, right? Data science.
Okay, sir.
But here we are just talking about cleaning the data. We are not trying to analyze the data as of now. RDM team would clean the data and put it in the system so that anybody who wants to refer to this data has a clean data in front of them, has a formatted data in front of them. Okay. So guys, various steps happen. There is collection. Now this is more theoretical, so I'll not So all this happens, okay? This is just for your, what you can say, good to know basis. So first of all, data will be collected from these external data providers. Then it will be consolidated. Then it will be cleaned. Then it will be coordination will happen. Coordination is basically manual intervention. Okay. See, cleaning is more automatic. Coordination would be manual intervention to whatever is left and cannot be done automatically. So manually we would clean it, right? And then the distribution of data across other applications such as front office system, middle office, back office system. So whoever wants the data can get the data.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, the clients wants the data, the front office will transfer the data to client.
What data clients want related to their trades, right? So
Yes, sir.
yes, RDM system will have that data and that can be sent to the client.
Okay, sir.
All right, are we clear so far? What is data scrubbing, guys? So once the data is scrubbed, then it would get stored into the RDM system. Okay. So guys, you have your external data providers. Okay. They will be providing data. So whatever data they are providing, RDM team would scrub that data. Then that data will be stored or uploaded in the RDM system. Okay. And from this, the front office, middle office, back office people can take the data related to whatever they are doing, portfolio management, trading, settlements, reconciliation, accounting, risk management, compliance, whatever they want to do, they can use this data in the RDM system. Okay. And guys, not all the data will come from external data providers. I mean, just this is just one data, right? But there'll be other data, for example, client data that will come from the client. Yeah, I hope we are clear with this. So whatever external data providers means all the data which is come to us, not only from Bloomberg or FactSet, but from client or from, let's say, clearinghouse or from the exchange or from any other source. Okay, I can think of these right now. So from the brokers, right? Are we clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So guys, what happens now? Let's talk more about how do you store the data in the RDM system, or how the things are set up, right?
Can I note it down, sir?
Yeah, please do. In fact, guys, let's do one thing. I need a break also, and I think you must be also needing a break, right? So let's take a break here and we'll continue after the break. Meanwhile, you can just revise what we have discussed so far. Okay? See you after the break, guys. Okay, let's continue, guys. Everyone, please come back. Is everyone back, guys? Can we go ahead?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. So how do we store data in the RDM system? Okay, let's focus on this part. So what you do is you join the RDM team. This would be part of your role, right? So what would analyst in the RDM team do? It would scrub the data. First job would be to do that and then set up the data in the RDM system. So now I'm talking about how do you set up the data in the RDM system. Okay. See, guys, you can set up various things. Okay. I mean, you can set up clients. You can set up instruments. So a lot of things you can set up in. Now let's take an example of how do you set up. For example, if I want to set up an instrument, what will I do? I'll talk about the type, name, I'll be talking about these kind of things. Okay. So, for example, my instrument is, let's say, a equity. Okay. So my type will be equity. What will be the name? Let's say it is Infosys. The name of the company is Infosys. Identifier would be QSIP or ISIN number, right? So we'll talk about these identifiers later on. What is the price of it, right? What is the previous close? What is today's high versus low? Yeah. What is the current market price? So all these details would be into the price. Then if it is a contract, let's say derivative contract, then what is the lot size? For example, we saw it is 1250 shares for Dabur, right? So that would be relevant not in case of equity, but in case of derivatives. Yeah. So that's how you set up an instrument. Okay, these are the sections you will have, and you will add the information in those sections. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Similarly, you can set up currencies. So you can set up various currencies. How do you set up a currency? Name of the country. Guys, can you do one thing? Can you quickly check? Have you got a file from Damini's side? Just check your emails.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Have some questions for your practice. Okay, so you can just try to go through those questions whenever we are done with the topic, or whenever you want to revise, you can use those questions. Okay, so that is for your help, basically reference point. Okay, so you can set up currency like this. Okay. So what will you do? What is the name of the country? Let's say India. Name of the currency is Indian rupee. Yeah. What is the symbol? INR. No, the symbol is that R sign, right? I don't have that sign right now. So let's take an example of USA, let's say. So their currency is United States dollar. Okay. What is the symbol? Symbol is dollar. Currency code would be USD. Exchange rate would be against any exchange currency. You can mention the exchange. Okay. So that's how you will set up various currencies across the world. Yeah, you will set up various instruments, equity, fixed income, options, futures, preference shares, warrants, um, commercial paper. You can set up various instruments. Okay. So all the instruments would come here, all the currencies would come here. What else? We have markets. So you can set up markets. You have type, name, okay. So for example, let's say, what is the type of market? Is it a order driven exchange traded market, or it is a OTC market? Okay. For example, let's say it is a exchange traded market. Then what is the name of the market? NSE. What is the name of the country? India. What are the market cutoff times? 3:30 p.m. Yeah. What are the market holidays? Saturday and Sunday. Okay. So that's how you can set up NASDAQ, all the markets. Right. This is all for quick reference, right? Let's say the client wants to buy this equity in this currency, he will pay in this market he wants to buy. So all the details you already have, right? Now what do you need to do? Quickly set up the trade using these details which are already stored in the RDM system. You will use these details to quickly do the transaction processing, straight through processing. I hope you are able to relate it to everything, right? Everything has a purpose. Are we getting the meaning of it, guys? Similarly, yeah. Please have your understanding in place, okay? I mean, we are not here to mug up anything. Some topics are theoretical like AML, KYC, or risk regulatory environment. So that you need to remember, I can understand, but otherwise let's try to understand whatever we can. Okay, maximum course we will try to understand so that we don't have to mug up anything. Then you have various regulators also, right? So you can set up regulators. Okay, so a regulator can be a bank regulator, yeah, or it could be your insurance regulator. It could be your market regulator. Right? So you can set these up. For example, let's say for banks, we have RBI. For Insurance, I am not able to recall. IRDA? I'm not sure. Okay, we have SEBI. In US, we have SEC. Okay, so what is the name of the regulator? What is the country which we are talking about? So whatever rules or regulations you want to mention, you can mention that. Okay. Similarly, you can set up client details, right? We talked about it little bit in client onboarding. So you mentioned what is the type of client, what is the name, what is the country, what is the account number, okay, what are the limits. All right, so you set up these details, whether it is a HNI client, whether it is a mutual fund, hedge fund, whether it is a bank, whether it is a government. So what is the type of client? Yeah, what is the name of client? Let's say Tata Investment, right? What is the country of client? What is the account number? Yeah. So what are the limits? Limits is something in terms of compliance. Okay. I mean, we talk about limit in terms of value, right? So what is the total value of transaction they can do with us, right? So there are certain limits. You cannot do any amount of business with any client. It can be very risky, right? So generally the limits are set that, okay, will not do more than 1 billion of trade with a particular client, right? Or what is the maximum trade the client is allowed to do? Okay. What are the products that client can deal with, right? So, for example, there can be restriction in terms of the media stocks you can buy. So whatever are the limits in terms of value and products for a particular client, we can mention that. Okay, so we might have a relationship with the client just for equity product. So we'll not worry about fixed income products or money market products for that client. We will just deal with equity products for that client. Okay, so that's how you can set up various things. All these details are properly formatted and entered into the RDM system. Please note it down. Guys, you will be having a program manager intervention. Okay, so Nandita would be joining us, and she is the uh, program manager. Okay, she looks after CIBOP program for entire India. Okay, so she will join us now, and she would like to have a word with you. All right, guys. Just to see how is it going, guys. Please note it down. If you have any questions, let me know.
So can you scroll up?
Sure, sure. From here?
Yes, sir, perfect.
Guys, while you are noting it down, I'll just take your attendance. Okay, so please let me know. Ashutosh,
Present, sir.
Mansi, Moksh,
Present, sir.
Pariche, Pariche, Yogita,
Present, sir.
Anushka,
Present, sir.
Paridhi,
Present, sir.
Diksha,
Present, sir.
Rudraksh,
So present.
Rajwal,
Present, sir.
Nasreen, Nasreen, Zeenat, okay, we don't have Nasreen and Zeenat, okay. Prabeen,
Present, sir.
all right, so I marked absent for Mansi, Pariche, Nasreen and Zeenat, okay. All right, guys, let me know if you have any question.
So W in the instrument, what is that?
Sorry, your voice is not audible.
Is I'm audible?
Yeah, tell me.
Sir, in the instrument of equity, what is W? Futures, PS, comma W.
Warrants, warrants.
Okay. And CP?
Preference shares, commercial paper, certificate of deposits, okay? Guys, is it noted? Guys, noted. Can we go ahead?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
See, guys, whatever data you are putting it in the RDN system, okay, whether related to currencies, markets, or anything, the quality of the data should ideally be 100% accurate. Can you tell me why? Why should it be 100% accurate? See guys, who will be using this data?
The RDM team.
Front office and middle office.
RDM team would be maintaining this database. Okay, they will be capturing the data, they will be storing the data, they will be updating the data, but who would be using this data?
Office people and middle office people.
Front office, middle office, back office, everybody would be using this data, right, on a need to know basis. And whatever they would be able to see on their screens, a lot of it would be from this RDM, right? They'll be making the decisions based on this data, right? So that's why it is very important that this data is updated and accurate, so that nobody has the wrong information in front of them. Nobody makes a wrong decision. All right. Now guys, from here, as you can see, you have two types of data. Okay. For example, the identifier for an instrument, the code, security identification code, would be a static data that would not change frequently. Whereas you have pricing data or market data would keep on changing constantly, right? So that we call as dynamic data. Okay, let's take a personal example. For example, my address, would it be static data or dynamic data?
Static.
Static data, right? My account balance,
Dynamic.
Dynamic.
that would be my dynamic data, right? My weight would be dynamic data, right? My name is a static data. So in RDM system, we'll have two types of data. One is the static data and dynamic. All right. So the data that does not change on a frequent basis, on a regular basis, on a day-to-day basis, we call it static data. Okay, it usually remains same for a long period of time. It can change, guys. Don't think it will never change. It can change, but it will not change frequently. Whereas on the other hand, you have the dynamic data, which will change very frequently on a real-time basis. Every day it will change. Within a day also it can change, right? For example, exchange rate of currencies, bond prices, share prices, option premiums, future prices, all these would be part of dynamic data. Okay, so your RDM system will have data related to various types, and it will also have static and dynamic data within that. All right, guys, we have Nandita with us. Okay, as I mentioned that she is the program manager. She is the head of CIBOP program for entire Emarticus. Okay, so she has come, she has spared her time to meet you guys and see how is it going. All right, Nandita, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi. Hi, everyone. Can you see me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. How are you guys doing?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good, ma'am.
Okay. All right. A very good afternoon to everyone here. My name is Nandita and I am the program manager for all this CIBOP programs pan-India. And today I will be spending probably an hour's time with the students, interacting with you and also try and understand how your CIBOP journey has been. Are you liking it? And what do you basically think about CIBOP, and where do you see yourself once you complete your CIBOP journey? Yes. The objective of this entire program manager intervention is to help me understand where the batch is in terms of understanding and how well the batch is prepared in terms of their interviews are concerned. As you know, our CIBOP program is placement assured program. And at the end of the CIBOP journey, you will be provided with placement opportunities, provided that you clear your final mocks and all the other mocks. So all I'm going to be here and trying to test how well you're able to represent your knowledge on those topics, what you have learned till now. Yeah. Now, I'm going to hand over the forum back to the participants. If you can help me understand how your SBOP journey has been and tell me what all you have learned and what is your favorite topic for from SBOP point of view. Yeah, I'm not going to take out any names because this is a very open, open kind of an intervention and you are free to speak. Yeah. All right, let's start. Yes, students. Paridhi Gaur. I hope I got your
Yes,
name
ma'am.
correctly.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. Are you guys sitting in the class? Or is it a completely online session?
No, it is
Online session.
Oh, this is an online session. Okay. So when did your course start and what is your feedback for the session, Paridhi?
The course started from, I guess, 5th or 6th August.
Okay.
And recently we have done our first mock, and my entire journey of 1 month has been very good. I have gained a lot of knowledge. So yes. So my feedback is that yes, both the trainers for the soft skills and for the domain knowledge are very good. And I'm liking the learning process a lot. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what was the feedback given to you by sir during your first mock?
Yeah. So for the domain, I was a little confused due to my nervousness. So yeah, there is a lot of room for improvement. As in, I scored like 4 out of 5 in soft skills and 3.75 out of 5 in domain because I was a little nervous. So therefore, I was not able to answer the very basic question because I was focusing majorly on important question. Otherwise, I guess it was nice for the first mock. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Great. So I do see that I have access to your scores and it says that options are slightly weak.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, because whenever there is an interview, we cannot write something. So by remembering it and actually answering the question is a little difficult part right now.
Okay. What if you build a small story around it? Will that help?
Yes, ma'am.
So why don't you try that? Everyone, I mean, whenever there is going to be a storytelling, normally we find it very easier to hold on to the story, right? The retention power of a story is more stronger, right?
Yes,
so
ma'am.
whenever you find it little confusing or difficult to remember, why don't you build a small story around it?
Yes, ma'am.
Try that, okay? Try that option or ask sir to build a story around difficult concepts.
Okay.
And your retention of that specific concept will be better. Okay, Paridhi?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay.
Thank
Great.
you, ma'am.
Sure. Nazreen? Nazreen, are you there? Okay, she's not there. Praveen?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, good morning. Good afternoon. Yeah.
Ma'am, I joined a CIBOP program a bit late, 3 days late. So actually, I missed the first 3 lectures. Currently, the mock taken by sir was so I could not answer the questions that he asked from that I missed. So actually, I feel that I need to improve my soft skills for the gaining confidence in crack in the interviews. And the domain part knowledge is quite good as of now.
Okay. So fluency in English, equities is weak. Equity
Yes,
as a
ma'am.
topic.
Yes, ma'am. Actually,
How
that
are you
was
working on that feedback?
yes, ma'am. Actually, that was the topic that I missed because I joined this program a bit late, 3 days late. So I got the access to the recorded video a bit
Oh,
late.
you
So
got?
yes,
Hmm.
so I've covered
Hmm.
it now, ma'am.
All right, fine.
Oh.
Okay, good. Next, Rudraksh.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
My journey has been good, but I was not able to get a perform in my mocks.
Okay.
I was very nervous and I was panicking. So I was not able to answer simple questions.
Okay. Why?
I was
What are you
panicking
nervous
so much.
about?
I don't know.
It's okay, no? What were you nervous about?
Actually, it was my first interaction.
Okay. First interaction, so you were nervous, you chickened out. Okay. How are you working on it then?
I'm working on my
Has
soft
sir
skills.
told you how to work on it?
Yes, ma'am. He asked me to work hard.
Okay. Working hard. How hard? Very hard. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, okay, fine. So I see that the batch quality is good. Okay. Anshul has got handful of students, who seem to be, who have done pretty well, right? Apart from few people, most of the students have done well. But in those students who have done well, some people are facing issues in terms of confidence, and some people are facing issues in terms of articulation. Isn't it? More or less, that is the feedback for your batch. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So that is from the student side. Anshul, if you can help me with what is your take on this batch?
Nandita, in the class, I really like the way they participate or try to get involved in the session. That's good, but I sincerely had more expectations in terms of the mocks, right? The way they put in the mocks. So at the end of the day, everybody told me that we felt nervous. So, I mean, that's obvious. Maybe this was their first or second interview, but at the end of the day, if we are not able to communicate, or if we are not able to explain our answers, even if we know it, then that's of no use. So my feedback is that I have a lot of expectations, and constantly we are asking them if anything needs to be revised or anything is not clear. We are ready to do whatever we can do, but guys, effort needs to come in from your end also, right? For example, if I'm taking a 4-hour session, you need to put in that 7-8 hours from your end to make sure that the concepts are clear. If something is not clear, you can ask me to repeat it twice, thrice, no problem. But I don't want whatever we have discussed and you are not able to communicate that in the interview, then it's really a waste of time from my end, from your end also, right? It's a 2 months journey, guys, 2.5 months journey. That's all, right? It's a weekdays batch. So all you need to put in is 3 months of effort and you will get placed in a very good investment bank. What else do you want? I mean, let's say we have wasted 20 years in schools and colleges and we are not still job ready, but we can become job ready in 3 months, right? So why not take the advantage? Why not put in that extra effort for just 2.5 or 3 months? I mean, what I felt disappointed about was whatever we have discussed in the sessions, you were not able to explain those things. What if something out of the syllabus comes? You will be completely blank, guys. Right? So please work hard. Nandita, that's my feedback for the banks.
Okay, all right. So do you see sir's involvement in ensuring that you are placed? Yeah. So sir has kind of taken it to the heart that, that he's disappointed. All right. So see, that's the beauty of all our trainers. And I'm very proud to say that, we have got such amazing faculties who are thoroughly passionate in terms of their teaching, and they really want to leave a mark in helping you guys to get the right head start, right? And that has always been the only thing that is pushing we as faculties. Now, how do you do that? How do you work on your body language or your confidence? This is something that I am going to be helping you with in the next 1 hour. So I can start doing that once I, through a small activity that I am going to conduct. Are you all ready for an activity?
Yes.
Yes?
Ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. Anshul, just help me. Let me share the screen. No. Okay. Can you see my screen, team?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. All right. So today we are going to play a small crossword puzzle with you on the topics that we have completed, that is basically level 1 topics. While we are discussing these topics, I'll help you how you should frame your answers or how you can articulate your answers in an interview. Fair enough? Okay. Now, I'm not going to point out on you answer or you answer. I'm not going to point out at all. First come, first basis. It is a competition. You guys
Ma'am,
are free enough to answer. Yeah?
ma'am, can you repeat? I
All
just
right.
missed.
Okay. The first one, students, for you, what is the one word for ensure availability of funds for business ventures? What is it called? Ensure availability of funds for business ventures. Absolutely. Thank you. Who was that?
I'm Yogita.
Yes, Yogita. All right, Yogita, let's say you and I are going to play a role play now, okay? And I'm the interviewer, and I'll ask you, hey, Yogita, what do you understand by liquidity? Can you help
Ma'am,
with an example? How
ma'am,
will you answer this question?
liquidity means there are number of buyers and sellers, and whatever who needs funds, they get the funds. For example, if I go to a bank, I want a loan, and there are much funds in the bank, so they will provide me loan. So there is liquidity in the market.
Okay, now that is for you who wanted to take a loan. How
Yes,
about for
ma'am.
me? I am involved in exports of arms and ammunitions to a country which is under economic sanction. Then will somebody provide liquidity for me?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Ma'am, because there are not enough buyers and sellers, and this is not an instrument like finance instrument. It is not a finance instrument.
So you mean to say that liquidity is only for for financial markets?
No, ma'am, for the entire system.
All right. So the answer can be like this, right? To include, or your answer can be framed slightly in a better way. If somebody asks you or anybody in the team, what is liquidity? Liquidity is nothing but ensuring that there is sufficient funds for a business venture, right? It can be any business venture. You wanted a loan, or I wanted to start a company, or I wanted to, go and start another another company or another branch in another area. So that is what is liquidity, right? So can you help me? What is liquidity? Liquidity means ensuring that there is sufficient funds in
for
the
a business.
market. Yeah, for a business venture. Yes, that is liquidity. Now, Yogita, but now I'll give you another sentence, okay? Hey, Yogita, you know what? The Bosch shares, right, on National Stock Exchange, they're very illiquid in nature. If somebody comes and tells you this, what is the meaning of what that person is trying to tell you? Anybody can answer. Bosch shares are very illiquid in nature. What do they mean?
Can I answer this?
Yeah.
These are called as the penny stock. This means this share do not have the enough number of buyer and seller. They are illiquid in nature and they can't be transferable easily to any person.
Absolutely. I only was able to hear the first that word. These are illiquid stocks, right? So they're not liquid stocks. The market participation for this specific stock is very weak. You don't have enough buyers and sellers in the market. Look at how beautifully this term liquidity takes different meanings in different sentences. So in an interview, you can decide what meaning of liquidity you want to explain in an interview. You want to talk about a specific stock being liquid or illiquid, or you can also talk about the broader definition of liquidity, which means that to ensure that there is sufficient funds in the market for productive business ventures. Okay, everybody?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, let's go to the second one. Now, the second one here is issuance of equity in foreign market in the foreign currency by a large institution. Note, I'm talking about equity. What is it called?
Depository receipts.
Sorry?
Depository receipts.
Yes, they are depository
CDR.
receipts. Paridhi, can you explain depository receipts with the help of an example? Yes, it is DRs, right?
Depository receipts are the negotiable financial instruments that are issued in a foreign market in order to raise capital in a domestic country. For example, if an Indian company wants to raise capital from America, so they cannot raise capital directly from American investors. So what happens is India will have a custodian bank to which they will issue their shares, which the custodian bank will act as an agent for the international depository bank. Then they'll acknowledge the depository bank, and depository bank on behalf of the Indian company will issue these shares in form of depository receipts to the American investors.
Okay, so you have a custodian and it is the depository as an institution who issues the depository receipts. If you have given me an example of America, who is the depository in America? What is the name of the institution?
DICC.
You should know, na? Huh?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, it just skipped.
It is called the DTC. Have you heard of this institution? Am I audible? Guys?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. So the name of the institution is DTC, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Please write it down. DTC is the depository. Just like how in India, you have NSDL and CDSL. In Americas, you have DTC, which is the Depository Trust Company. Yeah.
Yes.
And its sister concern is the DTCC, which is the clearing house and settlement for American securities. Yes. So your questions can be slightly tricky, and you will have to remember, you will also have to know these names of these institutions, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But if it was not for an American security, but it was for an European security, who's the depositories in Europe? Any idea, team? Who is the depository in Europe for the European market? There are two international depositories, ICSDs. Do you know? No idea. Have you heard of this institution called as Euroclear?
This is like a clearinghouse of the European Union.
Euroclear and Clearstream. Please write it down. For the European market, the depositories, the clearinghouse, the settlement systems are these two institutions called as Euroclear. EUROCLEAR, Euroclear. That is the first institution. And the second one is Clearstream, CLEARSTREAM. Okay. Euroclear and Clearstream. Now, the third one. Okay. If Infosys issues bonds in German market in USD currency, then that bond is called dash. What is it called?
Foreign currency bond.
No.
Eurobonds.
That's the normal confusion that my students have. It's not FCBs. What are they?
Eurobonds, ma'am.
Eurobonds. Okay, now I'll ask you a question. What is the difference between foreign currency bonds and euro bonds? What will be your answer?
Foreign currency bonds are generally issued for the global markets, I think. And euro bonds are generally for the European countries.
And euro bonds are? Go ahead, go ahead.
Euro bonds are for only the European Unions.
No, wrong. Okay, now I'll help you, okay? See, when you're trying to explain a concept which is slightly tricky, like for example, Eurobond. Eurobond is slightly a tricky concept, okay? And in an interview, if you want to ensure that you are able to explain clearly on a specific concept which is tough, always try and explain with the help of an example, because example helps you to make zero mistakes or very, very less mistakes or zero mistakes. For example, let's take a look at how we can explain Eurobonds with the help of an example. If Infosys goes to German market, okay, and issues bonds, what is the security it is trying to issue in German market? Bonds in USD currency or in JPY currency or in HKD currency. Ideally, you go to a market that is in German market, you're issuing a bond, but you are issuing a bond in a currency which is not native to the German market. In Germany, the native currency is EUR. Germans transact in EUR. EUR is their domestic currency. But what Infi is doing, they're going to German market and issuing bonds, not in EUR, their home currency, but in the currency apart from their home currency. This is Eurobond. Okay. Now, what is FCBs? What is foreign currency bonds? Same things, right? If Infi goes to German market, issues bonds in the home currency, in EUR, then it is FCB, foreign currency bonds. Is this clear? Everybody, is this clear? Yes, no, maybe?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now when you are asked to explain Eurobond in an interview, please take an example and you can then, explain it without any mistakes. Is that okay? All right. Next. Ninth one, the phenomenon of reduction of purchasing capacity of a currency. What is it called? What is it called? The reduction in the purchasing capacity of a currency is called as? Okay.
Valuation of currency.
No. Anushka, can you unmute yourself and try and
Appreciation of
answer this
currency.
question? Anushka, I hope I am audible. Can you unmute yourself and try answering this question? Okay, no response. Anshul, please mark Anushka absent for today's class.
Sure. Anushka, if you answer, at least say no, I don't know, but at least respond if you are there. Otherwise, marked absent, okay?
Moksh?
You're absent.
Yeah, ma'am, I don't know.
Have you heard of something called as inflation?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is inflation according to you?
Inflation is rise in the prices of things, currencies, equity, anything. Basically, rise in the prices of something.
Can you help me with an example if you know?
So, in case of inflation, the prices of things will go up and the power of currency to buy things will go down. So that is inflation, in my sense.
All right. So that was the question anyways, the phenomenon of reduction of purchasing capacity of a currency. Now, if you have been asked this question in an interview, please try and answer with the help of an example. You can always take an example of a soft commodity, yes, like onions or tur dal or anything, but you should be able to explain inflation with the help of an example. It is going to make your concepts more clearer. Yeah. Now, the next question, collateralized money market instruments used by banks to fund for short-term liquidity requirements. What is it called? Money markets.
T-bills.
Are T-bills used by banks?
They are
This is a money market instrument specifically for banks to raise short-term funds. And they are collateralized.
Commercial deposits.
Certificate of deposits, are they collateralized again? Collateralized means they have to pledge something.
Guys, in which instrument?
Repo rate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Repo
not
rate.
repo rate, repos, right?
Repurchase
Yes. Yes. What are they? Can you explain with an example? What are repos?
With an example. So repurchase agreement is an agreement. For example, if it is an agreement between a bank and RBI, in a commercial bank and RBI. So if a commercial bank is in shortfall of funds, so what do? They borrow money from the RBI by issuing government security, which act as a collateral to the RBI. And they also provide something that is over and above the collateral, that is the haircut margin to the RBI, with the condition that after the maturity, they will be repurchasing the government security that they have issued to the RBI. So at the end, when at the maturity, the RBI will be, the commercial bank will be repurchasing their government security from RBI, and the commercial bank will be providing the principal amount plus the interest to the RBI.
What is the interest amount? Do you know? What is the repo rate? Do you know?
Ma'am, the current repo rate.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I'm not aware of that.
All right. So this is like going that extra mile, Paridhi.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
in an interview, if you really want to make a mark, or if you just really want to make your entire learning more interesting, more inquisitive, more depth, if you want to really enjoy, just go that extra mile. What you can do, you can go to, I mean, this is for everybody. What do you do? This is an assignment from me. Go to the RBI website and look up for policy rates. There you will get what is the current repo rate and what is the reverse repo rate. Is that okay? So that's a small assignment from my side. But yes, you were able to explain it right. Okay, good. Next, return a bondholder will get if he invests in a fixed income security. Diksha? Did I see Diksha? Okay. Yeah, Diksha, can you try and answer this question, please? Can you take a guess? Why would anybody invest in a fixed income security? No idea? Anshul, please mark Diksha absent for the class. At least there should be some basics of responding.
Absolutely, Anandita.
Yeah.
I'll mark her absent. Yeah.
Thank you. Raisin, I hope I got your name right.
Memory is out.
Yeah. What is the answer? Return a bondholder will get if he invests in an FI security.
If the bond,
Let's say if you got a fixed.
if he invests in a fixed income security, let's say he will get the coupon payment in the certain annually, monthly, semi-annually at the maturity.
You get your coupon payments even if you buy a fixed income, fixed deposit, or a recurring deposit in RD. What is so special about fixed income security, like a bond or a debenture?
Ma'am, in case of only for a fixed bonds, they will get a coupon payment at a certain period. In case of like debentures and other securities, they will get an interest payment. That is the difference, I think.
Have you heard of something called as yield returns?
Yes.
Have you heard of something called as yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. The return on a bond is called as yield, right? And the reason why institutions invest in a fixed income security is to earn this yield, right? The return. Otherwise, everybody would have ended up buying an FD and an RD. Yeah, I think you as an entire team needs to brush upon your fixed income concept slightly better. Okay. Looks like you have no clue about yield. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. The next question. What is the product or the answer that you get if you multiply total number of free float shares in the market and you multiply that with the market price of the stock? What do you get?
Market capital.
Market
Capitalization.
Absolutely. Market capitalization. What is the need to calculate this market capitalization? Why do we have to know about it? Why do you have to know about market capitalization? What is the objective? Okay, so which is the most valuable company in India? Would you know? Highest market capitalization?
Reliance Industries.
Reliance.
Reliance.
TCS also crosses its market cap.
Okay, so you say Reliance. So shall we check? So you see Reliance. Okay, what is the market capitalization? Can somebody read from the screen?
Ma'am, your screen is not visible.
It's not visible. Oh, just a moment. Why is that? 1 minute. Sure. Now?
Yes, ma'am.
Visible now?
Ma'am.
Okay, so what is the market cap here for Reliance? Read it out from the screen, guys. Guys, what is the market capitalization?
Guys, can you see it? It is right there in front of you. Paridhi?
7,89,171 crores.
So what does that mean? It
The
means
total.
that if you really want to buy out the Reliance industry today, you need to have 7,89,171 crores. So that is the meaning of market capitalization. So it's just not enough for you if you know the answers. I think the team really lacks conceptual clarity, and you lack the depth, right? So please go that extra mile and try and understand what is the meaning or what is the objective. Why do we need to find out what is market cap or what does it tell you about, right? That's the only way to make your course more interesting, and you will be better placed in clearing an interview. Yeah. All right. All right. The last but one, which is the institution which
Ma'am?
helps a cop?
Ma'am, I have
Yes.
one question.
Yeah.
There is a difference between any the like free float market capitalization or original market capitalization. If we say like original market cap of Reliance is like close to 13 crore process, but free float is 7 lakh something. What is the difference? I don't understand.
Yeah, that's right. So what the 13 crore lakh, what you're talking about is a full market cap, which includes what the promoter's holdings as well, right? So we are not talking about what the promoter is holding, right? Here, the market cap is only what the investors are holding, which are freely available, that multiplied by the price of the share.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. So there is difference between full market capitalization and free float market capitalization. Full market capitalization includes promoters' equity also. Here it is not a part. Okay, so here what they're showing is only free float market cap. All right, last but one, the sixth one here, which is the institution which helps corporates raise funds in capital market. The place where all of you are trying to start your career with, the same institution.
Investment bank.
Yes. So there is a very, very popular question that can get asked, like, what are the functions of an investment bank? If somebody asks you that question, you should be able to give at least 3 or 4, apt answers as what an investment bank does. So just day before yesterday, I was in an Accenture workshop, and the students I was trying in the workshop were trying to give an interview for Accenture. The first interview question that I had asked them was, tell me, what do you know about Accenture? They just failed to understand the services what Accenture provides, right? So it is also important that you need to know, if you know which company you're going to for an interview, you should read up about that company prior hand, if you know. Or if you don't know which company you will be going for an interview, at least you should know if it is an investment bank or it's a financial service, what are the services it provides. Okay, so that can be one of the first interview questions wherein you can create an impact. Yeah. Now the last one, equity investments are subjected to this risk. What risks are equity investments subjected to? Yes, what risks are equity investments subjected to? Prabin Yadav.
Capital depreciation.
Okay. Capital depreciation, that is when the price of the equity stock goes down. What if the equity price go up? Then what?
Then it will be appreciated. They will be in appreciation position.
No. Do you know which way your equity investments are going to go? Is it going to go upward or is it going to go downward?
No, ma'am. It's also expectation.
Absolutely. So what risk is that? Uncertainty. What uncertainty is that? Guys, equity investments are subjected to market risk, isn't it?
Okay.
Demand and supply.
Demand and supply drives the risk. Demand and supply is a macroeconomic factor which drives your risk, but your equity investments are subjected to market risk. What are interest rate swaps subjected to? What risk?
Interest rates.
Yes, interest rate risk, right? How about currencies? What risk are they subjected to?
Exchange
Simple.
rate.
Currency fluctuations, currency risk. Yeah. All right. All right. That's all I had. But before I go, I would like to help you in terms of how you can fix your nervousness, how you can fix your body language, right? So I'm sure Anshul is sharing some interview questions with you, right? Probable interview questions at the end of every chapter. Yeah? Yes, no, maybe?
Nandita, we have shared the entire file which has the questions from all the topics.
Okay. Anshul, let's make it mandatory for the students that, let's say if you're completing RDM today, yeah? So students will have to dip into that file and come up with RDM questions or come up with answers for all the questions related to RDM. Okay, they will have to, students, you need to write down the answers. Okay, so I'm helping you with the tools where you can be better prepared for your second mock, right? Anshul has given you access to the file, which is the question bank. Whichever chapter he is going to complete, for that chapter, you take a look at the questions and write down the answers for those questions. Okay. Now, once you write down the answers, why writing down? Writing down helps you articulate your answers better. And when you jot down your thoughts, when you write down your thoughts, you get to retain the answers better for a long period of time, right? Now, practice it. Practice these answers every day in front of a mirror, because mirror is definitely going to help you gain more confidence and be very confident in terms of your body language, and you can know more about yourself, explore more about yourself in terms of how fast you're speaking or how slow you're speaking, and are you looking into the mirror or into the camera while you're answering. All these play a very, very important role while giving out an interview, right? And the third step is, if you have a family member around you, ask them to be an interviewer, give those interview questions and you try and answer. So basically role play. Play the role of they being an interviewer and you are an interviewee. Okay, play this role play, and while you're playing the role play, video record, right? Video record your interview or video record this role play, and when you take a look at your video recordings, you will get to know where exactly you have done well, where you can do better, your choice of words, right? If there was any specific question you were unable to answer, if there were specific questions where you were not convincing, then for those questions where you are not convincing, try and explain with the help of an example. These 4 steps are the short ways for you, which will help you clear an interview and get your T1, T2 score. This is a tried method. We have tried this with your seniors, and now they work at Goldman or Morgan Stanley or JPMC. And these 4 are proven methodology, proven tools if you want to score T1 or T2 and even work on your articulation. Nervousness. Yes. Nervousness. Your shyness. Any issues, these 4 is the right fix. Okay. But do this if you want to ensure that you get a T1, T2 score and you land up with a good investment banking core operations career. Okay. So that's all I had. If you have any questions, I'll be very happy to answer. Otherwise, Anshul, he keeps me updated regarding your progress, regarding your scores, and I'll be very keen to understand how your performance has been in your level 2 and your final mocks. Okay. All right. So that's all I had. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer for the next 5 minutes. No questions? All right. So these 4 were the steps that I was talking. Anshul, it looks like I don't have any questions, so I'll take leave.
All right, Nandita, thank you so much for your time and sharing those valuable insights. I'm sure it will be very, very useful for students And guys, again, it depends a lot upon you also, how you utilize the thoughts we have shared, Nandita ma'am has shared, right? So please use them and be a better version, be a better package at the time of company interviews, right? Any questions, guys, or shall we close? All right, Nandita, thank you so much. I think we can close now.
All right, Anshul. Thank you so much, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day. Thank you.
Bye,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Thank you, sir.